rocking and rolling. Back-to-back walk-off wins have the Giants jumping around the diamond like they were at a rock concert. With the help of some stellar pitching, great glove work, and some clutch hits, the Giants look to celebrate again tonight. And it's coming up next. Tuesday night baseball here at AT&T Park. Our good fans filing into the ballpark. And this is game 2 of this 3-game series, Rockies and Giants. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the exciting win is back for the Giants. They've had back-to-back exciting walk-off wins. And Mike, I think Bruce Bochy would probably like a nice conventional good start for the starter, a couple of guys from the bullpen, get the save, and go home. And it really lies in the hands of Ryan Vogelsong.
Well, Vogelsong really has been putting together his acts and coming back off of the disabled list. And it's not an easy thing to do, try to rebuild your arm strength in the middle of a season when so much means with every start you take. Well, his last outing, he hit the low 90s for the first time. So I think coupled with renewed arm strength and the challenge to stay on the corners with his stuff, which he so often will do, that'll be the key tonight. Always put the ball in play, work a quick pace, get that defense on your side. That is what he has to do tonight, and that will be something they all try to do. And we'll keep an eye on all of that here tonight against the Rockies. Angel Pagan was the hero on Sunday, and last night it was Brandon Belt. When we come back, Amy G is going to take a look at the big night for the Giants' young first baseman, and she'll do that right after this.
Brought to you by Jack in the Box. Go big at a participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax. And by Toyota. Do the math and save at your local Toyota dealer.
Your San Francisco Giants are playing well down this stretch. They've won 4 of their last 6 games, and tonight they look to secure this series against the Colorado Rockies. Welcome back to AT&T Park. I'm Amy Gutierrez. It is Say Hey Tuesday here at the Yard. And what do you say? We talk a little Brandon Belt. He was simply clutch last night, giving his team their second walk-off win in as many days. And we're going to look back. It's our AT&T U-verse Rewind this evening. It all started with Belt at the plate in the 8th. He roped a double down the line with Angel Pagan on third. Pagan comes in to score the tying run, and then for an encore, Belt finishes the game off in the 10th with his second walk-off hit this season and the second of his career. Everybody goes home happy on Elvis Presley tribute night. And coming into tonight's game, Belt's hitting .354 since August 1st, and it's obvious that the tweaks that he's made with his grip and his stance have resulted in a higher batting average, but also a more confident player, Bochy said, who's able to come through in pressure situations. All right, Say Hey Tuesday. Kruk and Kuiper are going to be back with first pitch and lineups, but after these messages, we're going to check in with our fellas standing by at Willie Mays Plaza for an update, so stay with us.
Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. Chilly night here at the yard. 63 degrees. Humidity at 87%. The wind's at 10 miles per hour, but it's going to be a clear night. Here's Walt Weiss's lineup, and it's brought to you by Coors Light. It'll be Dickerson in the leadoff spot, then DJ LeMahieu. He's red hot right now, followed by Tulowitzki, Kadire, and Rosario. Rosario not in the lineup last night. Neither was Todd Helton. He's in the lineup tonight. Arenado, Blackman, and De La Rosa.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be the big right-hander, Ryan Vogelsong, making start number 16, having lost almost 3 months of the season to an injury. On the disabled list, he returns. He is 3-5 with a 5.62 ERA. For Vogelsong, you're going to see a fastball that'll be high 80s, low 90s, depending on the grip. He'll 2-4 the fastball. He'll cut the fastball. Curveball, slider, changeup. He'll give you a lot of different looks. When he's on, you'll see him pound the corners with everything that he has. Lifetime against this Rockies team, he has owned them. 5-1 with a 2.68 ERA. Take a look at the defense the Giants will improve tonight. Behind Ryan Vogelsong, starting from left to right, it'll be Perez, Hagan, and Pitts, the killer P's. Arias, Sandoval, they'll patrol the left side of the infield. Scudero and Belt on the right side. And Buster Posey will be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So we got baseball here on a Tuesday night. 18 more games left on the schedule. That is including tonight's game. Giants winning last night in extra innings by a final of 3-2. So is Dickerson. He adjusts his batting gloves. He appears to be ready as Ryan Vogelsong looks in, and the first pitch of the ball game is on its way, and we get started at 7:15. Dickerson at 285, 3 home runs, 11 driven in. He went 0 for 4 in the Rockies' loss last night. Little looper foul down the left field line and out of play. He's never faced Ryan Vogelsong before.
I thought Dickerson maybe chipped a piece of the wood or the cap off the tip of his bat, popped out the plug. Or maybe it was
came off his thumb.
Yeah, there you go. Let's get that protective thumb piece on the top of his left hand. There it goes.
Retrieved and put back on the thumb. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm telling you, a pitcher sees a hitter with one of those, that means he's been getting jammed, and it's very tender inside that thumb.
To me, that's like a red light beaming from his hand saying, do not pitch me here. It's an open invitation.
2-1 delivery is smoked up the middle for a base hit.
Let's take a look at Ryan Vogelsong's windup, brought to you by Exmo. It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Very compact motion for a big man, which allows him to repeat that stroke. It's not a very long stride. He's out front of it. It's great pronation and follow through on his extension. And it explains why he has such great command. And that is a motion that he has worked over the years to take a lot of extra movement he doesn't need out of it.
Here's DJ LeMahieu. He's going to take a strike. Alvin Porter is the home plate umpire. Gibson, Wendelstedt, and Jerry Lane from first to third. LeMahieu last night Went 2 for 5. He scored a run. He's faced Vogelsong 4 times lifetime, and he's 0 for 4. Dickerson, on the other hand, at first has a couple of steals this year. He's been thrown out twice. No balls and 1 strike. Foul back, and it's 0-2 as that pitch was out over the plate.
Talked about the motion and the mechanics of Vogelsong, and there's no way that he doesn't become a pitching coach at some point in his post-player era, because he will have a lot to tell a young pitcher.
I don't know if that'd be a good thing. That means he'd be grumpy every day. Hit on the ground, could be a pair. Arias shovels it to Scudero. Scudero to Bell, 2 down.
Taylor made. What do you say? We make it our Ford right choice. A lot of things happening here. Number 1, the guy on the mound's pitching for it. Number 2, he gets a good location with movement going down, and it goes right to a middle infielder. Arias picks it, a nice high feed, plenty of time for Scudero to turn and relax throw to first base, and that's as easy as it gets. Our Ford right choice.
So here's Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki hitting at .311. Had a hit and an RBI in the game last night. Does not have a hit against Vogelsong. He's 0 for 7 lifetime.
Big difference pitching to this guy too, with nobody on base and 2 outs.
Scudero on the 1-hop backhand, and that'll end the inning. Bottom of the first coming up. Pagan will lead things off. Now it's time for the Giants, and here's their lineup, and it's brought to you by Coors Light. Pagan, Scudero, and Belt, and then Buster Posey, the cleanup hitter. Pablo Sandoval's got very good numbers, extra base numbers against De La Rosa. Then it'll be Pence, Arias, Juan Perez, the rook, and Ryan Vogelsong will hit ninth.
On the hill tonight for the Colorado Rockies will be the left-hander Jorge De La Rosa, 6'1", 220-pounder. He is a 32-year-old pitcher with 8 years of big league experience, and this is what he has done this year. An outstanding season as he's about to make start number 30. 16-6 with a 3.31 ERA. Got a low 90s fastball. He'll 2 and 4 seam the fastball. Got a lot of good sink. And he's got a curveball, slider, changeup. So he's got lots of different stuff he can throw at you, and he'll use it all. 16 game winners. That ties him for the league's lead. And no pitcher in a Colorado Rockies uniform has ever led the league in wins. So he's trying to do something that nobody has ever done before in Colorado. Let's take a look at the Rockies defense playing behind De La Rosa tonight, starting in the outfield. It'll be Dickerson, Blackman, and Kadire. That's your outfield. Tulowitzki and Arenado on the left side of the infield. LeMahieu and Helton on the right side. And Willeen Rosario will be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So here's Pagan. Pagan at 285 with 3 home runs. And 25 runs batted in. One of the things that pops out at you when you look at De La Rosa and what he's done this year, and I'm going to assume that we agree that Coors Field is quite a place to hit, correct?
Correct.
He's 10-1 at Coors Field.
He can pitch.
His ERA is 2.61 at Coors Field.
Not an easy guy to square up. Got a lot of different looks he can give you, a lot of different movement, a lot of different speeds. And he's got just the right amount of funkiness in his delivery. If you watch him start, he comes to almost a full stop. And then he continues on. A little bit of a crossover step, so you don't see him early.
Pagan is 3 for 20 lifetime. 3 for 5 in the game last night. And it's down low, and it's 3-1.
Watch the motion, very quiet hands, upper body. It's a nice rotation, stays very balanced off that back leg, and watch him stride out. That front foot plants. He's in a nice high position with his hand, and he's in a very good fielding position after he releases the ball.
And a strike to make it 3-2.
Talk about what he throws. Fastball, pretty much the fastball changeup are his 2 best weapons. He will throw a slider and a curveball. More sliders to lefties, more curveballs to righties. But when you watch this guy throw day in and day out, you don't see a lot of hard contact. That really is the job of a pitcher, to upset the timing of a hitter, and De La Rosa does that beautifully.
Three and two. And he pops this one down the left field line. That's going to be about 4 rows back.
You saw him reach in that swing, and you'll see a lot of that with De La Rosa. I think if you're trying to power this guy and you're looking for something to pull, he's going to get you off balance all night long. You really have to go the opposite way with him. You can see the reach right there, and once you've done this to a hitter, you've taken his power out. They want you to put the ball in fair play.
And that's a fair ball down the left field line. And Pagan's got a leadoff double.
Well, they're digging it. Coach always talks about getting the fan base into a game early. And Angel Pagan has that knack as a leadoff hitter. And here, raking one right past Arenado, which is not easy to do, and puts himself in score position just like that. It's all about energy. That's what Pagan is all about.
So here's Scudero.
Changes his grip on the bat too.
Scudero pops this one out of play.
So many times you're used to seeing Scudero take that left hand and that little finger on the left hand and wrap it below the knob. That particular pitch, he was up above the knob. Maybe that's just because he knew he was going to bunt. Now it looks like he's going back down below the knob. That's how he normally is.
So Pagan at second, nobody out. In the dirt.
See where the knob is below the hand, so he didn't wrap that time, and that time he bunted. So he's going back to his more conventional grip. Doubtful he'll bunt again. One grip to bunt, one grip to hit.
And that's out of play down the right field line.
Bring your glove, you make a play. Nice going. Wow. That's a cute one right there.
One ball and two strikes. And this is pulled softly on the ground, foul. It's not unusual to see that out of Marco Scudero. He doesn't strike out a lot. Outside, not close. 2-2.
The other thing too about De La Rosa, I mean, he can cruise 88, 90 miles an hour with the fastball, then all of a sudden he'll get to a two-strike count. They'll try and zip you with 92, 93. We've even seen him higher, closer to mid-90s. Got a lot of weapons, and he does understand the art of upsetting your timing. Alan Porter, the plate umpire, is a low ball umpire, and it can bounce around. At times it can be very, very tight. Other times you'll have one side of the plate you'll get a lot of corner with, another side you won't get any with. It can be a little weird, but he does like the low pitch.
Tulowitzki is trying to keep Pagan close. And Scudero keeps spoiling these pitches, much to the dismay of Jorge De La Rosa.
Pretty good pitch right there, 3-2.
De La Rosa is throwing 15 pitches, and he doesn't have an out. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And it's speared by De La Rosa. It would not have been a base hit, but it likely would have moved Pagan to third.
We talked about the fielding position. He gets in after he throws it, and that's how he's able to make this play, reaching across his body. And there aren't many left-handed pitchers that make that play simply because their motion is going towards the third base line, and they can't cover the backside, the right side of the field.
So here's Belt. Belt, the hero last night. A hit to tie the game up late, and then a hit to win the game even later. And a strike at the knees at 92, and it's 0-1. So De La Rosa taking a lot of time. And Belt takes low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants are 3-2 on this homestand. The final game of the homestand will be tomorrow. Belt pops this one out of play. It's 1-2.
Well, a big hit last night, a walk-off inside target. It goes middle away, and he goes right with the location. Gets it over the head of Charlie Culberson. The Giants go home winners in 10. Second walk-off victory in a row for the Giants. 2 big hits in that game last night. Both came off the bat of Brandon Belt.
One and 2. And Belt again fouled down the left field line and out of play.
The previous foul ball bounced around, and the guy with the little one makes a great barehanded play, and the child never let out a peep. Now that's an athlete.
That's pretty good right there.
Nice going, Pops.
1 and 2. You saw the numbers on Belt. Belt hits left-handers pretty good. De La Rosa, on the other hand, is only allowing lefties to hit .203 against him this year. And he's not allowed a home run this year. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him. De La Rosa with his first strikeout.
We noticed too with De La Rosa, he's a guy that's not always going to try and pitch for the strikeout unless he needs it or if he's ticked off.
Well, if you just go by the numbers, there's no way they're going to pitch to Posey. Posey's almost hitting .500 off of De La Rosa, and Pence is 1 for 12.
They may get down the squad here for a couple of pitches, but I don't think you're going to see a flat-out challenge across the plate at the belt. Maybe one of those deals, throw a couple sliders in the dirt. If he swings, great. If not, after a 2-0 count, walking. Hitting .353 against lefties this year. He's 9 for his last 14 against lefties, which ranks him 4th best in the National League. And Walt Weiss knows all that.
Low, 1-0.
And that's how you should pitch in this situation if you're De La Rosa. And you see the numbers that Pence has had. 1 for 12. However, the one hit, a big fly. Willeen Rosario. I mean, he's taking about as much time as De La Rosa is.
I mean, I got a pack.
Yeah, it's true. Getaway day tomorrow.
Two and 0. Well, you take that long in between pitches, you're not going to get strikes. That's my call. .47 seconds in between that last pitch. Two balls and 1 strike.
Cutter inside corner.
about Mushin Posey, he definitely was not looking middle in. He has been torching the Rockies. 461 in the last 27 games. 10 home runs, 26 ribeyes. They are his feel-good team. De La Rosa wanted that one. I mean, he's pitching him, though, as if he has an open base. That's just a great pitch. It's a 50-50 pitch. Half the time you get it, half the time you don't. But with Porter, you could throw the same pitch and you could call a strike, and that's where his zone could be a bit squirrely.
You start to hear the fans get a little antsy with all the time in between pitches.
Yeah, I think he's the slowest in the division.
And Osorio got crossed up.
Dude, first sign after a 2. Not second sign. You're killing me. See the numbers lifetime. He hasn't done well. And I think a lot of it has to do that De La Rosa is not a guy that works quick. He works slow. Especially when men are on base.
So Pence hitting .285. 0 for 4 last night. One ball and no strike. Pablo Sandoval watching from the Giants on deck circle. Pagan at second. Posey at first. One ball and one strike.
That's how you take away count leverage with location like that.
One ball and one strike. 2 balls and 1 strike.
De La Rosa from Nuevo Leon, Mexico. Originally came up with the Brewers in 2004. Played in Kansas City. Rockies got him. 2008 was his first year. Also a 16-game winner in 2009. So his 16 victories this year. Not the first time he's done it. Pablo Sandoval chalk it up.
.31 pitches for De La Rosa. It's 3-1 to Pence.
4th 3-ball count, the first 5 hitters. And again, he takes away count leverage with good location. And that's right where Alan Porter likes him. He likes that low strike.
So now Pagan and Posey will be on the move. And the payoff. High and deep down the left field line. It is out of here. It hit the post. And it's 3-0 Giants. Hunter Pence bangs one off the foul pole.
A 3-2. Fastball above the belt. He loves to get something upstairs. And then it was just a matter of would it stay fair. And it hit the foul side of the foul pole. And that makes it fair. That, to a hitter, is a thing of beauty.
Here's Sandoval. Sandoval takes a breaking ball low and in. It's the 20th home run for Hunter Pence. He also has 20 steals. So that puts him in the 2020 club. I always kind of think that that's a big deal until you think Willie Mays could have done it every year.
Well, he did it 3 times. Bobby Bonds and Barry Bonds each did it 6 times. Jeffrey Leonard did it once. Glenn Allen Hill did it once. And Orlando Cepeda did it 1 time. You don't necessarily associate stolen bases with Cepeda, but he did it. He's in the club.
Foul back, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And now Hunter Pence has joined the party.
So gives him 76 runs batted in. Up high to Sandoval, 3-1. "37 pitches. "38 pitches.
George Tulowitzki going to come out and talk to De La Rosa. And Jim Wright, pitching coach for the Rockies, going to come out and do the same. And I think at this point, you're 38 pitches into an inning. You want to just give your pitcher a bit of a breather. Let him regroup a little bit.
So Jim Wright back in the dugout as Joaquin Arias is the hitter.
Still shaking his head. I don't know if he's not happy about his location or the pitches that he's not getting from Alan Porter, the plate umpire. Because I don't think he's getting squeezed by the plate umpire.
Arias bounces this one. Tulowitzki will toss one over to first, and now in the inning. So Hunter Pence with his 20th of the year. And it hit the foul pole, and it's bye-bye baby. It's 3-0 Giants.
is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Cache Creek's Challenger Slot Tournaments. Free entry daily from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Visit CacheCreek.com for details.
3-0 Giants as Michael Kadire stands in. Kadire, Rosario, and Helton. As Vogelsong now has a 3-run lead. Tries to shave the outside corner and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That's a pitch he's used to having called a strike. The strike zone tonight will favor the hitter. It's a small one. 1-2. Kadire 3 for 7 in his career against Vogelsong. Last night he went 1 for 4. He's having a fine season. He was an all-star this year. And he skies this one into right center field. And it's going to be Pence. Well, Saturday, September 28th is the 2nd annual Yoga Day at the Park. You need a special event package. And with that package, you get a limited edition Giants Yoga Mat bag. Call 415-972-2298. Here's Rosario. Rosario hitting .289 with 21 home runs, 74 driven in. He's had 2 lifetime hits off of Vogelsong, and they both left the park. Well, he's a high ball hitter. You make a mistake up, he can make you pay. But you mentioned the home run he's hit off Vogelsong. He's got 20 other guys too. 21 homers on the year. This guy is going to be a force in this division for a long time. He can hit.
Bounces this one off his foot, and that evens the count. One ball and 1 strike. Ooh, look out. Hit right back where it came from. And let's check in with Amy G.
All right, Dwayne Wolf fans, you can finally start making your summer 2014 plans because the Giants today announced a tentative schedule for next season. The Giants are going to open up on the road against the Diamondbacks March 31st. Their home opener right here, April 8th, against the Diamondbacks interleague play. They're going to see the A's and, of course, the American League Central team. So start making your plans, guys.
All right, thanks, Amy. Here's Helton. Helton 3 for 11 against Vogelsong with Rosario at first base, and Helton fouls it back. We saw a nice moment during the Rockies batting practice. Actually, may have been during the Giants batting practice, but Bruce Bochy went behind the batting cage and he found Todd Helton, and they spent about 5 or 10 minutes in a very nice conversation. And it may have been where Bruce Bochy felt like tomorrow maybe there's no batting practice and he's not going to see Helton, because this will be Helton's last trip, we think, into San Francisco.
Well, I think he's a Hall of Famer. I don't know if he's a first ballot guy, but I think someday he will be enshrined. Every game he's ever played at the big league level has been in that uniform, and he has represented that city well. And he has been a force. One of the best strong front side hitters I've ever seen. He has no give in that front shoulder. His career breakdown at home, 4,000 at bats at 345, on the road 288.
Little Coors Field action when you take a look at those numbers. 3-1. So Vogelsong.
They got him with a bubble gum on top of the hat.
I'd be careful doing it to somebody if you didn't know him. Helton pops it out of play.
Take that guy out. He'll turn around and take your picture.
Yeah, this guy may not think that that's really funny.
Plus, it also tells you that there's nobody that he knows is watching the game, or they'd be texting him, or he doesn't have a phone. He's going to be there a while. Yep, those are the two guys that got him. When you see go down, you see Linscomb. They're always together.
3-2 to Helton. Rosario at first.
That's what happens when you have a 15-minute half of a first inning. All right, time now for our Geico quote. It's about Todd Helton on his 2,500th hit. A line hugger that barely stayed fair on a 3-2 count. That's what's kept me in the league this long. That's my bread and butter, to go the other way, especially with 2 strikes. To do it on the 2,500th is very fitting. You're right. That is his bread and butter.
Here's Nolan Arenado with runners at first and second. One ball and no strike. All right. You know what? He's a good sport. He said, I'm getting more attention with this on than I am with it off. One ball and no strikes to Nolan Arenado, hitting .269. Hit out to left field. Racing in is Perez, who makes the running catch.
Well, he can cover some ground.
He's got some closing speed. Indeed he does.
And he is a legitimate center fielder, so you got lots of range tonight in the Giants outfield, and they just took advantage of it. And he has the best arm in the outfield as well. This kid's a remarkable defensive player. He just showed you why the Giants like him.
So here's Charlie Blackmon. Swing and a miss. No balls and one strike. Blackmon hitting .272 with 4 home runs, 12 driven in. He's 0 for 2 lifetime against Vogelsong. And in the game last night, he went 2 for 4. So he had a couple of hits last night. Dexter Fowler banged up, and it's been Charlie Blackmon who's got the at-bats. And this is foul back, so it's 0-2. This is the gentleman that ended up with the baseball.
He's an old player.
0-2 to Blackmon. Rosario at second, Helton at first. This is just not hit high enough. as it lands near Giants manager Bruce Bochy.
I think he got one of those big old paws of his on it. Bochy, an old catcher. Could you imagine throwing to that target? And he was a good receiver.
Yes, he was.
He caught some of the hardest throwers in the history of the game. Nolan Ryan.
He was tough. Caught him without a glove and a mask. He was tough.
J.R. Richards.
Oh, 2. One and 2. De La Rosa is on deck. Two balls and 2 strikes.
We've also noticed that earlier in the year, Vogelsong worked a quick pace. When he came back off the disabled list, it had really slowed down. And that's not just with men on base. We're talking about nobody on. Came very deliberate.
3 and 2.
And that'll start the runners.
So Rosario and Helton, they will take off. That was 0-2 to a walk. And here's De La Rosa.
You go 0-2 to a walk. That's a good at bat. But with an open base there, not the end of the world when you have a pitcher coming up.
De La Rosa is 2 for 51.
Especially a guy who's 2 for 51 on deck.
But be careful with these guys.
Oh, absolutely. Base is loaded. You got to pitch him like he's Todd Helton up there.
Hit on the ground to Scudero. And that'll end the inning. Juan Perez will lead things off.
is brought to you by Eric's Deli Cafe. Celebrating 40 years of bringing it to the plate. Stop by Eric's and enter to win 40 years of free sandwiches with character.
All right, Giants fans, are you on Facebook? Well, we want to hear from you. Be sure to like the Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area Facebook page for breaking news, exclusive features, giveaways, and more. CSNBayArea.com, your interactive home for authentic Bay Area sports. It's a 3-0 lead. It is Irish Heritage Night here at the ballpark.
One of the really festive nights of the year. That was the giveaway hat. See, I got to get one of those on you, Smooth. You could pull it off.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Fun times. We had the Irish dancers before the game. They did a great job.
Perez will lead things off. Then it'll be Vogelsong, who is not on deck, and then Pagan. Perez takes a call strike. He's hitting .226 with 4 runs batted in. Perez pops it up. Tulowitzki going out. And we still have no Vogelsong.
There's a sighting.
Vogelsong is 2 for 25. With Angel Pagan on deck. Hunter Pence, a 3-run home run in the first inning. He hit it off the foul pole down the left field line. Say hey Tuesday today out at Willie Mays Plaza. Comcast Sportsnet handed out those.
A couple of gamer babes showing them off. Nice going.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Vogelsong, and it's a bit high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, you get 2 deliberate workers in a tight strike zone. It's going to be a slow-paced game. But the one good thing is when you pitch opposite a guy like De La Rosa, if you're a fast worker and he's a slow worker, that could mess you up pitching.
3-1.
The fact that Vogelsong is such a deliberate worker as well now, and his pace is much slower than we've seen him at other points in his career as a player. Well, they're kind of suited for each other. And that'll help Vogelsong.
And the walk.
That is a 90-foot gift.
Here's Pagan.
But De La Rosa is out of whack, and it always seems to be a little bit worse when you're throwing to a small strike zone. 3 walks for De La Rosa.
One of those walks was De La Rosa pitching around Buster Posey to get to Hunter Pence. And a strike to Pagan. Pagan opened up the bottom of the first with a double right down the left field line. And this is hit into left field, a base hit. So Pagan is 2 for 2. into the plate, Marco Scudero. Scudero lined back to the pitcher in the first inning. So Vogelsong at second. Pagan is at first. One ball and no strikes.
Hit it here in my glove. I like it. He's going to stay like that all game. Hey, the Nibbies are here. Larry and Kathy Nibby, two of our Giants investors. Great to see Kathy out at the ballpark.
Larry has not had a hot dog in 15 years since we showed him eating one at Candlestick in the mid-90s. He's very angry with us for that. Now he just doesn't eat one. Fair ball down the right field line. Vogelsong's going to score. Pagan is going to be held up. The Scudero knocks in a run. It's 4-0. So that's a double and an RBI. Scudero now with 30 runs batted in on the season. And Vogelsong now will get a chance to catch his breath.
How do you approach a pitcher like De La Rosa who has so many different speeds? You go the other way. They gave him the line. They had Helton playing well off the bag, and boy, did he hit away from the defense. First base umpire Greg Gibson saying, yeah, looks pretty good from here.
Helton was quite a ways off the line. So here's Belt with the infield in. Belt struck out, the only strikeout that De La Rosa has. And Belt is the only left-handed hitter in this lineup. We mentioned earlier the success that De La Rosa has had against left-handed hitters. So Belt will have his hands full here trying to knock in Pagan and Scudero. On the ground, it'll be Helton. Holding at third is Pagan. 2 outs.
Boy, those are the at-bats that just wear you out if you're an RBI guy. That's a layup. We're at third, less than 2 outs, infield drawn in.
It also wears out Buster Posey, too, because he may not get anything to hit here.
Oh, we're just going to put him on. No, they're not. They're going to pitch to him. So Walt Weiss saying, heck with that. The guy on deck hit a 3-run homer in the first. We're not going to set the table for him. And just like we saw in the first inning, De La Rosa nibbled to Posey. He got the count full, but he eventually walked him, which set it up for Pence. And he's going at Posey the same way he did in inning number 1. Nibbling.
Posey down the left field line, foul.
Dangerous job down there.
Yeah, he did a good job of getting out of dodge.
Yeah, let's take a look. Not a problem.
One ball and one strike. Hit to left, but it's right at Dickerson, and that'll end the inning. Giants add on a run. It's 4-0 San Francisco.
is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com.
Dodgers make their final visit to AT&T Park September 24th, 25th, and 26th. 3 midweek night games. Visit sfgiants.com/dynamic deal to take advantage of $16 Dodger game tickets. Giants and Dodgers. Here's Corey Dickerson. Dickerson opened up the game with a base hit. Watches a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1. LeMahieu on deck. Followed by Troy Tulowitzki. The 1-2 on the fastball at the knees. For Dickerson, his first 2 at-bats ever against Ryan Vogelsong. Popped up. Sandoval. 1 out.
Beautifully placed 1-2 fastball right on the hands.
Here's LeMahieu, who hit into a 6-4-3 double play. That wiped out the Dickerson base hit in the first inning.
Yep, time for dinner.
They tricked me. I thought that was a flat screen. It turns out that it's just the top of that
cooler.
I was really impressed. Now I'm not.
I'm impressed with the cooler.
If that's a flat screen, I'm in.
No, you'd want the lounge chair too.
0-2. But I think there's a market for the combo. Flat screen, cooler.
All right, watch the shoulder pad on Posey's right shoulder. I mean, it's pretty good target practice right there. Knock that thing off.
Well, where'd it go?
Well, they threw it out of the game. They'll fix it. Just put on there. It's held on there with Velcro. Those things can be adjusted.
Well, now he looks completely naked.
He does. And you know what? Usually you expose yourself, the ball's going to find you. That's kind of the way it goes.
Vogelsong spears it and flips to Belt. And Tulowitzki will hit. Looks different. It's just I want to get this inning over with. It's weirding me out.
Well, you know, when they first started putting those things on there, they only put them on the right side. And then gradually they said, well, wait a second, why don't we put it on the left side? And now it's universal. Everybody gets both shoulders protected. The more protection you can put on there, the better it is. Still not enough. They still get dinged once or twice a night.
Tulowitzki hit a sharp ground ball to Scudero. He was retired in the third. One ball and one strike. Tulowitzki gets jammed, and he'll roll one out to Scudero, and that'll end the inning. Hunter Pence will lead things off for the Giants.
Brought to you by Provident Credit Union Super Reward Checking, a checking account that pays you.
Giants are leading 4-0. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Jeff Manship, the new pitcher now. Manship got a little over 1 year at the big league level. He's 28 years old. Last several years been pitching with the Minnesota organization. 4 years he pitched parts of the seasons with the Twins. Just called up. And when you take your at-bats against Manship, you're going to see a high 80s fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, just the basic 4 pitches you see from a starter. This year in Colorado Springs, he had 17 starts with 6 and 8. With an ERA of 4.85, but that is a very live field, so you can probably take away one entire point off of an ERA. It gives you an idea of where it should be, high threes, which is about right.
Pence pops this one out of play. It's 1-2. He hit a home run. Hunter Pence did in the first inning. Thought it was going to go foul.
And it just hits the backside of the foul pole, and that's how the Giants got 3 on the board.
And Pence rolls this one foul and stays 1-2. There's the 2020 guys Mike was talking about earlier. And I'll repeat myself. If Mays wanted to do it, he played 24 years. He could have done it 24 times. They just didn't pay any attention to those numbers. As Pence is out swinging. 1 out. So here's Sandoval. Sandoval drew a walk in the first inning.
Panda people, gotta love them.
Down low, 1 ball and no strikes. 2 balls and no strikes. New baseballs for Alan Porter. Three and 0.
Nice view from the right field foul pole. You sit in those seats, you know Sandoval's going to hit one to you. At least you feel like it.
1 out walk. Arias the hitter.
There's Sammer. Walking the RoboCam around, making friends.
So here's Arias.
See a camera on Sammer out there, the roving camera. That thing weighs 30 pounds, and that's when you first put it on. You walk around the ballpark all night. Feels like it weighs about 120.
That's pulled on the ground, foul. Laura Elliott with a nice play down the third base line.
Yeah, that's a good play right there. That's a backyard girl right there. She's played some baseball.
Oh, and 2 to Arias. This takes low. 1 and 2. Outfield straightaway for Joaquin Arias. And this is skied into straightaway center field for Blackman. Blackman will put it away. 2 outs for Juan Perez.
Pretty good chance that Juan Perez has seen Jeff Manship this year at some point. Colorado Springs, the AAA affiliate with the Rockies in the PCL, as is Fresno, the AAA affiliate for the Giants. So he's probably got a pretty good book on him.
Breaking ball popped up between second base and the mound, and that'll end the inning. No runs, a walk, 1 left. Through 3, 4-0 Giants.
know the answer to the trivia question. Tweet your answer to CSN Giants. The question tonight: before Hunter Pence at Colorado this season, which Giant hit a longer home run? Let's think about that.
So Kadire will lead things off. 4-0 Giants. Kadire hit a fly ball to Pence. And a base hit past Arias.
A lot of happy campers tonight. As always, tonight is Irish Heritage Night also. The Heritage Night's always a big hit during the season.
Here's Rosario. Rosario hit a base hit in the second inning. And a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1. Helton to follow. 3 hits for the Rockies, 4 for the Giants. The difference is one of the 4 hits for the Giants left the park. Could be a pair. Arias, Scudero, Belt. The guy went in very hard, but Scudero hung in there.
Well, I think what helped was Arias got that ball quickly to Marco Scudero, but you talk about some heat. And Kadire's a big man, and he's played some second base. Nice dig out of the backside of it by Brandon Belt. But this is the play that defines a second baseman right here. When you can have that guy running right in on you, you can still get a play off and complete the deuce. That's the big leagues.
Here's Helton. Helton drew a walk in the second. Here he takes low. Good breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Didn't thrown that much. Two and 1. Will be pitch number 51 for Ryan Vogelsong. And Helton pops it back and out of play. It's 2 and 2.
We have a winner? Oh, yeah, there we go. Give it to your date. Kinda. There you go. It is worth getting dirty for.
It's just blue jeans. On the ground sharply to Scudero, and this will end the inning. Nice inning for Vogelsong with the help of the double play. 4-0 Giants.
Sanchez was rubbing Adrianza's ear. I got the scoop, you guys. He started with Guillermo Moscoso. Told me his ear was bad luck, so he moved down to Adrianza, whose ear was good luck. And now it has become the rally ear. That's what it's titled. He has the rally ear. Hector said he's always going to go to it when they need it. Ede said he's cool with it. Maybe he might want to rub Hector's ear next time. But Hector's wife did say she thought it was a little weird. Gentlemen, what you said last night was it's only weird if it doesn't work. And it worked. Guys?
All right, Amy. I'll go with that. I tried it in the lunchroom and I got smacked by somebody.
Well,
here's Vogelsong, who cues it off the end of the bat foul, 0-2.
You weren't supposed to grab both ears.
Yeah. I just find it odd, that's all.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. But hey, 2 walk-off wins the last couple days.
Vogelsong retired. And here's Pagan. Pagan is 2 for 2. And the first pitch is high. Pagan doubled and scored in the first. He did set up the second run with a base hit in the second. Hunter Pence had a 3-run home run in the first. And it's 3-0 to Pagan. Scudero on deck, 1 out. We're in the Giants half of inning number 4.
Okay, says Pagan has come back. He has not looked rusty at all. Well, while Pagan heads down to first base, we're going to ask and answer our AT&T trivia question. The question tonight: before Hunter Pence at Colorado this season, which Giant hit a longer home run? Brewer survey said, well, Barry Bonds. Take a look at the one that Hunter Pence hit in Denver, last road trip in. Look at the wall under the tundra, and that was a major big fly.
High to Scudero.
But I always thought they kind of sold Barry Bonds short in estimating distances.
They were at the average of about 20 to 30 feet short. As were when they first announced the length of Pence's home run. There's a strike to Scudero. Evan Gattis got him the other night, 486. That was hit in Philadelphia.
I saw that one. It was a monster.
One ball and 1 strike to Marco Scudero.
And give them the line of left field and bunch the gaps and play him to go the other way. Always interesting to see how a team that a guy plays for. And remember, Giants got Marco Scudero from the Rockies, so they know him. And this is how they played him ever since he's put on a Giants uniform. Come in a few steps, they bunch him to the right side.
And that's pulled foul. 1-2.
2012 champs are here. Good jersey. They will make any jersey you want at the Giants dugout store, which is very cool.
Belt is on deck. It's 1-2 to Scudero. Jeff Manship. Foul. It stays 1-2.
Sweet hands Flan. Tim Flannery. Well, they got a herd of baseballs down there tonight. They're drawing pumpkin faces on them.
Free flat screen TV. 1-2. And a base hit to right field. Pagan will stop at second, so Scudero with his second hit to right field.
Daddy, wish you were here. Thank you, Mama.
Yeah. Dad's watching at home with a cold one. It's 4-0 Giants with Belt coming up. Belt is struck out and he's bounced out. Good speed at second in Pagan. And Belt takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Buster Posey on deck. Two and 0.
Manship thinking he's getting a squeeze type strike zone. I don't think so. I think those last 2 pitches both have been low. But when an umpire has that reputation, I think a lot of guys start to look a little more carefully at his zone, and they do not give him the benefit of the doubt on any corner pitch. That is the reputation of Porter, that you're going to get a tight zone.
Five walks issued by Rockies pitching tonight. And Manship's a pitch away from walking number 6. What? 3-1.
The generation of today's umpires get a report card after every game that they umpire behind home plate. They know exactly what was called balls and strikes within the defined strike zone.
belt right at the center fielder Blackman. Bringing Buster Posey to the plate. A home run right down the line in the game last night.
Well, Luis Chacin does not give up a lot of home runs. And that was the first hit and the first run scored by the Giants that got him on the board.
Posey takes a breaking ball down low. 1 ball and no strikes.
But I think the hitters like the fact that the umpire gets graded after every game, umpiring behind home plate. He can see what his balls and strikes were.
Yeah, but I think what hitters would like to know is they'd like to see the grades.
Well, I think everybody would do that. But it's the way the hitters and the pitchers are. I mean, Major League Baseball players get graded. It's called a box score the next day.
Hit up the middle, and it's going to get by Tulowitzki, and Pagan is going to score, and it's 5-0. So Buster Posey with RBI number 71 on the season.
Well, talk about a CNI ground ball just getting through the middle. That is a thing of beauty.
There was a time where you couldn't get a ball by Tulowitzki. But this one just out of his reach. Here's Pence. Pence was the first hitter that Manship faced, and Pence struck out. One ball and no strikes. Just off the plate, 2-0. Scudero at second, Buster Posey at first. Pablo Sandoval watching from the on-deck circle. Three and 0. Manship has to come in to Pence, and Pence wraps it up the middle for a base hit. Scudero's going to score. Posey to third. Pence into second, sliding with a double. He hit that ball hard.
Yeah, he's going to hit a lot of balls hard. Yeah, well, you make a mistake up to him right now, he is just going to make you pay. That is right out over the plate above the belt, and he is just not missing. Easy score for Scudero. The Giants are set up to go big.
So Sandoval's coming up. They've scored twice here. It all started with a one-out walk to Angel Pagan. Fans are out in full force.
She wears it well.
Sandoval has walked twice. Swing and a miss.
Good changeup.
Posey at third, Pence at second. Sandoval cues one off the end of the bat, and Arenado did well to hang in there. He does, and he throws out Sandoval to end the inning. Giants score twice. Fifth inning coming up, 6-0 San Francisco. September 10th of 1963, Jesus, Matty Alou were pinch hitters in a 4-2 loss at New York, and their brother Felipe started. It was the first time three brothers appeared in the same batting lineup in Major League history. All three Alou brothers, very talented.
I remember that day. I thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever heard of.
So Vogelsong facing Nolan Arenado here in the fifth. And with a 6-run lead, Vogelsong now can be a little bit more generous.
Well, especially on strike one. He doesn't have to nibble on that first pitch.
Down the left field line, foul.
Guy was posing for a picture with his girlfriend and kind of got out of position to catch that foul ball.
All right, there you go.
You get one of these? I didn't think so.
0-2 to Arenado. And this is foul. Down low, 1-2. Charlie Blackmon, and then likely a pinch hitter. Dodgers and D-backs are tied. That game is in the 6th inning. It's 3-3. And a base hit for Arenado. bringing Blackman to the plate.
I think this guy's going to be a very good player in this league. When you think about the Colorado Rockies, you think about hitting. And that is something that they have always stood for. And everybody they bring up through their minor league organization, for the most part, if they sign off on him and say this guy can hit, he can hit. There's one right there, Troy Tulowitzki. He can hit.
Blackman needs to figure out a way to get on. The Rockies need base runners. There's a curveball for a strike.
Carlos Gonzalez, he can hit.
Just inside to even the count.
What was on one of that one? Thought he had it. 6-0 is not going to change the way that Vogelsong pitches. It'll make him a little more courageous on the first pitch, but outside of that, he's going to do what he has to do to get people out. And that's not going to change if it's 10-0 or 1-0.
Two and one. 60 pitches for Vogelsong. Jordan Pacheco is on deck. 2-2.
Those Pirates, they had a rough weekend in St. Louis this past weekend. They got swept. And they headed into Texas to take on the Rangers, and they've won the first 2 games of that series. Won 1-0 last night. And tonight, 1-1 victories. A victory again, 5-4. Pirates continue to be a great story in that National League Central.
Yeah, they're over the years they've kind of gone away after the second half. Not this year. Three and 2 to Charlie Blackman. Scooter out, shovels it. Arias not in time as Blackman beats it out. The fielder's choice will go 4-6, and here's Pacheco.
It's too much speed from Blackman.
Pacheco hitting at 240. Pacheco has 1 home run this year. And do you remember it?
No.
I think it was a grand slam off of Madison Bumgarner.
No, I go to therapy to forget those.
Although you never gave one up.
I didn't know that till like it came out in the paper 15 years after I retired. A buddy of mine sent this little clipping to me. It was in the paper. It said 3 guys that have given the most home runs up without a grand slam: Jim Palmer, Eric Schau, and Mike Krukow. And I didn't know that. And he had a great caption for the thing. He goes, "Should I get excited about this? You gave up 196 home runs, but you didn't give up a grand slam." No, I don't really think that's something to get excited about.
Well, would you rather giving up 10?
Just an oddity.
Pacheco, base hit left field. Blackman going, and now the throw goes to second, and just beating the throw was Pacheco. And if you're Jordan Pacheco, you better make it.
And they had Perez playing well over to the left center field side. But you can't take this kid's arm for granted. It's a good one. Pacheco coming around about a third of the way. He's realizing, hey, I might be in trouble with this kid. Had Scudero taken that a little closer to the bag, they may have had a play.
Well, the other thing Perez did too is he just hesitated a little bit looking at third. But he's got a good arm.
Yes, he does.
Here's Dickerson. Dickerson's going to drive under right field for a base hit. It's going to knock in Blackman, and moving to third is Pacheco. So Dave Righetti's going to come out. It's important, if you can, to keep these Rockies from thinking they can actually get back into it.
Yeah, they don't fear big leads.
It looks like so here's LeMahieu. Mark Gardner now is coming out of the dugout as we're starting to get some activity in the bullpen. LeMahieu takes down low. LeMahieu is bounced into a double play, and he's hit one back to Vogelsong. Three hits in this inning. And that's a fair ball down the right field line. Coming in to score is Pacheco. Dickerson is headed to third. Stopping at first is LeMahieu, and it's 6-2. Four hits in the inning. And now here comes the thump.
It's kind of what happened to Vogelsong his last outing in Arizona. He had the one bad inning. So it's Contos who can get ready as quick as anybody in that Giants bullpen.
And red alert. Watching Bruce Bochy taking a walk.
I mean, he wants to give him a chance to finish this inning, but he also wants to win the game. See a manager looking down that bullpen for that sign from the bullpen coach that he's ready. Not a good thing if you're a starting pitcher and you're having some problems.
Tulowitzki has bounced out twice to Scudero. He does it again. They might turn a double play. Sandoval's got it. Two outs, and here's Kadire.
Never underestimate the power of an atom ball,
Especially on a hanger.
That is a pitcher's best friend.
Kadire singled in the fourth. And a strike on the outside corner. Hit well to left. This one's going to go. Gone. And that's a three-run home run. And it's 6-5. So 2 3-run home runs in this game. One for the Giants and one for the Rockies. And the Giants are indeed still hanging on. But remember, they did have a 6-0 lead.
It's a breaking ball, and it hangs right up their middle end. And Michael Kadire, when that left the bat, he knew he had a 3-run big fly. He just flips the bat away and heads out to take the try. Over halfway up. That's a big one. And look where it comes across the belt. Boom.
Rosario takes a breaking ball. 1 ball and no strikes. 19th for Kadire. Two and 0.
This is his last hitter. So if Vogelsong wants a chance for a win, he's got to get it done right here.
He also knows that Rosario has got 21 big flies, and he's going to try to tie it up on this pitch. And he gets the call. It's 2-1.
Takes that outside corner. We talked about earlier, Rosario's looking for a mistake up. This Rockies team, they have a lot of high ball hitters.
And that's off of Rosario's foot.
Well, that's a nice 2-pitch sequence to get that 2-0 first pitch strike in the outside corner, and it comes back on the inside corner. So he's shaving both sides of the strike zone. And now he's a strike from getting out of this inning.
Three and 2. Big pitch. Arias is going to pick it on one hop, and so will Belt, and that'll end the inning. 6-5 Giants.
Is brought to you by Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 in theaters September 27th.
Six-5 Giants, bottom of the 5th inning. When it's time for a change, things speedy. Oil change and tune-up Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Rob Scahill, the new pitcher now for the Rockies. This is his 17th game. And for Scahill, he's a control specialist. Just 5 walks and 24 and a third. 30 base runners and 24 and a third. That's good. And he inherits a game where his team is down 1. So Scahill going to try and do what every pitcher does after his team scores. He's going to try and throw a shutdown inning, get his team back in the dugout quickly. He's got good fastball. It goes mid to high 90s. Big curveball, slider, changeup. Got good stuff.
Facing Joaquin Arias. Arias takes a strike. Arias breaks his bat as he bounces this one to Helton. Helton to Scahill, 1 out.
That did not feel good. Well, a reminder, it's Fan Appreciation Weekend, September 27th, 28th, and 29th. Giants going to take on the Padres the last 3 games of the season, and you will have an opportunity to win special prizes like airline tickets, televisions, iPads, Giants autographed items, and much, much more. On Sunday the 29th, one lucky fan will win the grand prize, which is a 2014 Toyota Corolla. There's no purchase necessary. Visit a Giants Dugout store for an entry form. Just join us for a Fan Appreciation Weekend. If you need tickets, go to sfgiants.com.
Here's Blanco. Blanco hitting for Perez. No balls and a strike. Blanco hitting .252. And he bunts it foul.
Jose Mijares will pitch the top of the 6th.
So Blanco finds himself behind in the count, 0-2. And that pitch is not close. 1-2. Blanco stays alive.
Nice little 2-seam fastball there. Scahill has split the season. AAA level at the big league level. It was Major League debut last September, as so many guys will do.
Blanco lines it into center field. He's got a solid base hit. And Roger Kushnick is going to hit. So Bruce Bochy emptying out the bench. And it is quite a bench. It's been a tough go for Kushnick, 2 for his last 25. And Blanco had a little hesitation.
Any pizzas? How's that look to you?
I'm in a burger mood, to be honest with you.
I've been in a bird mood for like the last 60 years.
Although that doesn't look too shabby, I gotta tell you.
Grego Blanco had a little bit of a lead there, and he had lean some ideas maybe to steal. One thing we've not seen from Kieschnick since he's been in the big leagues is a swing built for power. He's been trying to hit for average up here, and he's not swinging like he did down in the AAA. He came out of the minor leagues with a reputation for some pop in his bat. Double-digit figures and home runs just about every year he's been a pro. And Bruce Bochy wants to see some more of that swing.
I think the message, Mike, was as simple as this. Next year, the Giants will be looking for somebody to play left field that can hit the ball out of the park.
Well, if you're a corner player, whether it be in the infield or the outfield, you need to hit a few balls out of the park. I mean, there are exceptions to that when you have a guy whose speed is his game and he can steal you 50, 60 bases. Get lead off. For the most part, corner outfielders and corner infielders have to bang.
Two and one. Blanco diving back in. He's got 12 steals on the year. He's been thrown out 6 times.
Cahill trying to pound his zone to sinkers, and he's pitching for that ground ball. But Kieschnick, who's got a good eye, is being very selective. Pagan getting ready.
See if Blanco goes 3-1. He does not, and it's high, ball 4.
Easy take there. No brainer. And that'll bring out Jim Wright, who is burning a path between the Rockies dugout and the mound tonight.
De La Rosa went 2. Manship went 2. And now Cahill. So here's Pagan. Pagan has been on base 3 times. A double, a single, and a walk. He scored twice. And the pitch is wide, 1-0. Marco Scudero on deck. We are in the 5th. Out of play to even the count. So Scale comes in with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball to Angel Pagan.
Giants trying to answer that 5 spot the Rockies put on the board at the top of the 5th.
And the 1-1 to Pagan is fouled out of play again, 1-2. All right, the kid in the Buster Posey jersey.
You put one of those jerseys on and automatically you start getting good hands. Ball comes your way.
Notice the other 3 guys didn't come up with anything. 1-2 to Pagan. One ball and 2 strikes to Pagan. Foul back.
94-mile-an-hour challenge. A little matter of sight. He thought he had a pretty good pitch to hit.
Maharis watching from the bullpen. And that's pulled foul. So Pagan, a pretty good battle going with Scahill. Both teams with 8 hits tonight. Rockies have issued 6 walks. Pagan out of play.
95-mile-an-hour fastball. So a little reach back there to add a little velocity to the 2-strike count. And this has become a very interesting at bat.
Cat and mouse game. Scahill, Pagan. Got him.
A little backdoor breaking ball cut right on that outside corner. And Alan Porter sends him packing.
At that point, a really good at bat for Pagan up until this pitch.
Rosario kind of curled it back in. It really wasn't between the legs of Rosario, so nevertheless a big pitch for Scahill.
And a strike to Scudero. Scudero's got 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 3. For whatever reason, Scahill and Rosario are having a tough time.
Ideally, you like to look into a catch and get a sign and go. You don't like to look through 4 or 5 or 6 different signs and location suggestions.
pulled foul, 0-2.
And that can really mess with a pitcher's rhythm when a catcher can't hook up. Because a pitcher has it in his mind what he wants to throw. He's going to wait till he gets that sign from the catcher. If you see a catcher continuously have to put down 4 or 5 or 6 signs, something's wrong there.
Tapped on the ground. Arnado will throw him out. Todd Helton will lead things off. It's 6-5 Giants.
Simulated game yesterday. They alternated innings. Jeremy Affeldt will be activated tomorrow per what Bruce Bochy said in today's managers meeting. Chad Godani wants to get another look at. He's going to have him throw to live hitters when the team hits LA September 12th. Dwayne?
All sounds like good news. And we want them all back. And it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and smog expert.
Jose Mijares, 59th time he's come in. Healthy body of work. 52 strikeouts in 48 innings. And of late, getting rocked around a little bit. Just something that is commonplace to see guys who get run out there a lot at September can see it catch up to him. Gregor Blanco stays in the game in left field.
So Mijares needs to throw a strike. It's 2-0. Giants with a 1-run lead. Well, I need to rethink what I just said. Because Mijares did throw a strike. And Helton laced it into right field.
You know, it's weird to see him hit the ball to right field off a lefty ball. Usually, it's going the other way. Well, check out NBC Bay Area Investigative Unit. You say, well, who are they? Well, they're an award-winning team of 14 journalists dedicated to holding the powerful accountable, but led by Tony Kowaleski. They investigate, and you should too. You should check out the Investigative Unit on NBC Bay Area.
So Mijares is done for the night as he faces one hitter. His job was to retire Helton. That did not happen. And Gene Machi is going to be the new pitcher. It's 6-5. We'll be back with Machi on the hill. Base hit, and that prompted Bruce Bochy to bring in this gentleman.
Yeah, Machi now for the 43rd time takes the ball. 2-1 with a 2.60 ERA. Low 90s fastball, slider, and a split. He can get you a strikeout. He can get you a ground ball. But if you're playing on the left side of the infield with Arenado coming up and Machi's throwing splits to him, be ready, because he could bring some flame on the ground to you.
And the bunt. And Machi, for as big as he is, applies a hard tag. And I think Arenado was a little surprised by that.
I think he was too. All right, let's see Machi. It's going to have to be Machi because Belt had to commit to the ball. And there's the hard tag right there and the look back from Arenado. But this turned out to be a nice play by Machi. I don't think that Belt thought he could get to it.
So down to second is Helton, and the hitter is Charlie Blackmon. And Blackmon, just like that, is going to tie the game. Coming in to score is Helton, and this game is tied. So that run charged to Mijares. And the Giants' 6-0 lead is now gone.
And it feels like a Coors Field game all of a sudden.
So Wheeler's going to pinch hit. Now the Rockies have the lead run at second base. Wheeler played yesterday and went 0 for 4.
Not often that a Giants team will give up a 6-run lead in this ballpark. Not an easy thing to do for an offense.
Wheeler is 4 for 25 since being called up from Colorado Springs. 1 ball and no strikes. Blackman with good speed at second. There's that good split. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I don't see many guys throwing that big split in 1-0 counts.
Arias trying to keep Blackman tight at second. And it's 1-2 on the foul to the backstop. When Hunter Pence's ball in the first inning hit the foul pole, things were looking mighty good. Gave the Giants a 3-0 lead. They came back with 3 more in the 4th.
There's an Angel Pagan fan. You can just tell.
Here's the 1-2 outside to Wheeler. Two and two.
Now Buster's going to come out and talk about it. He shook off all 3 signs: the fastball, the curveball, or the fastball, the split, and the slider. Buster's going to say, "Okay, if you have another pitch, let me know." Long, slow games are very hard on catchers in September. And with the day game tomorrow starting at 12:45, unlikely you're going to see Buster Posey in it, at least behind the plate.
Two pitch. Hit up the middle and a base hit. And Blackman's going to score, and the Rockies take the lead here in the 6th. Hit from all the way back, and Dave Urgetty's coming out.
Bullpen's quiet right now for the Giants. That may change. Right now, I think what Dave Urgetty's going to talk about is location, because Machi is up. The point I was making about catchers in September's, if you see a catcher catch a day game after a night game in September, the night before the day game, he probably had a fast game, and it was probably physically a pretty easy game to catch. Didn't have to block a lot of balls. But in a game like tonight, no chance you're going to play tomorrow.
So here's Dickerson. 2 runs in, 1 out. 3 hits in the inning. And a pitch wide. 1 ball and no strikes. Out of play to even the count. With Cantos in the bullpen getting loose. 11 hits for the Rockies. For the Giants, 8. Cantos.
Second hump of the night for Cantos. Dickerson, a former 8th round pick in the 2010 draft for the Rockies.
Pitch up and in, 2 balls in a strike.
And Dickerson had some monster years in the minor leagues.
There's the former Cardinal Mitchell Boggs in the Rockies bullpen.
Dickerson had 32 home runs in 2011. A-ball.
Scudero. 2 outs. And here's LeMahieu. LeMahieu knocked in a run with a base hit in the 5th inning. Giants have a hard time getting off the field in the 5th and here in the 6th. And the pitch to LeMahieu is a strike, and it's 0-1. Vogelsong, Mijares, and Machi. And that misses to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Troy Tulowitzki's on deck. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Machi and the 1-1 pitch. Here it is. And it's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Staying away from LeMahieu. He's a big guy, 6'4", likes the ball middle away. He likes to extend.
Down the right field line, that'll be a foul ball. So it's 2-2.
Tall guy got it. And he gave it to. Trying to give it to. He found a good home. Nice going. True hero.
That's a good move. It's 2-2 to LeMahieu. Three and 2 to LeMahieu.
Just missed inside.
And the light show on the Bay Bridge.
I think that's very cool. They say they're going to do that for a couple of years. They should do that for the next 30. That's a hit.
Here's Tulowitzki. And Bruce Bochy's seen enough of Machi. This will be the 3rd pitcher of the inning. And it's going to be George Contos to try to save the day and the night.
Of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
George Contos getting loose, 7-6 Rockies.
New pitcher now for Bruce Bochy will be George Contos. Contos, who has pitched in 46 games, 2-2 with a 4.70 ERA. Almost a strikeout an inning, pretty close. Just about very close to a 3-to-1 strikeout walk ratio, a little over that. So when he went down to Fresno, he quit lifting weights and he started getting a little more fastball than what he had up here. What he had up here was 90-91. He said he was going 92-94. Had a great slider. And Tulowitzki knows him.
Tulowitzki is 0 for 3. And Scudero put a pickoff play on, and Contos ignored him, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
That's one thing you don't want to ever do. If you have a middle infielder come over the bag and he's thinking pickoff, you do not want to come through and start that pitch when he's out of position. And Contos did. Got away with it.
Two and 0. So Tulowitzki now can sit on a pitch. The Rockies have tied the score in this inning, and they've taken the lead this inning. Two balls and 1 strike.
Tulowitzki helping him out there in a 2-0 count, swinging out of the strike zone on a slider, so he'll take a walk. Kind of shaved off the sweet spot in his bat. You're not supposed to doctor that part of the bat. And shaving it could be interpreted as doctoring it.
Swing and a miss, 2 and 2.
That's big league slider right there. You haven't had a better one than that.
So it's 2 and 2 to Tulowitzki. 3-2. New baseball for George Contos. Pick your poison, Tulowitzki or Kadire. The runner at second, Wheeler. The runner at first, LeMahieu. They will be on the move. And the walk.
No strikeouts tonight by Giants pitching. They have not been able to hang a K tonight.
That's the fourth walk issued by the Giants. Here's Kadire. Kadire spoiled the party in the fifth with a 3-run home run off of Ryan Vogelsong.
Vogelsong let the breaking ball up, and Kadire did not miss it. And you saw Vogelsong look down and knew when that ball left the bat, it was out of the ballpark.
One ball and one strike on the pitch down low. That's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Boggs has been standing up in that Rockies bullpen for like the last 40 minutes. At least it seemed that way.
Santos. The belt side retired. 2 runs in for the Rockies. They lead 7-6.
Brought to you by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Well, the Dodgers are coming to AT&T one final time, September 24th, 5th, and 6th. All 3 games start at 7:15, and all 3 games have tickets that are still available. So go to sfgiants.com/dynamic deal, and you can take advantage of some $16 Dodger game tickets. That's Dodgers Giants, sfgiants.com/dynamic deal.
7-6. But it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Mitchell Boggs, 22nd time that he has come in. And look at the ERA. And this guy's really got nasty stuff. Throws a hard sink, hard slider. But he's had problems commanding it. 16 walks and 17 and a third. I remember him with the Cardinals. He came over in a very interesting deal to Colorado.
Here's Belt.
Boggs got traded from the Cardinals to the Rockies, and the deal was for one international signing bonus slot. I had never heard that before.
No, me either. You had me on the edge of my seat.
Well, I mean, guys, I think they take pride in who they get traded for. They want to have somebody who people have at least heard of.
That's why I was really disappointed in him.
But an international slot, I've never heard that before.
On the 2-0 pitch, Belt swings and misses. 2-1. Posey on deck. Hit somebody.
You can get Alan Porter.
So it's 3-1.
Like Willie Rosario was apologizing to the plate umpire, Alan Porter. But Boggs is not easy to catch.
So Belt takes the walk. An RBI single for Buster Posey in the 4th inning. And Boggs pours in a strike at 94, and it's 0-1.
You know, Boggs is one of those guys, you can have one guy taking at bat, he'll throw 5 pitches and 4 of them not even close, he'll walk a guy, and then the next guy will come up, he'll throw the nastiest 3 pitches in the history of baseball. Two nasty sinkers at 94 with fuzz on, and a hogback growler slider that smells when it comes into the strike zone. It's got so much fuzz on it.
Two balls and a strike. Hunter Pence is on deck. Belt with the leadoff walk. So strike to Buster Posey, 2-2.
I'm saying if a guy's hard to catch, he's not easy to hit. And Boggs is hard to catch.
Got him. Well, kind of, there's your point.
I mean, that's perfect location with a backdoor sinker, and he brings this thing in that just, that's a nasty pitch. Posey had that thing identified as away, ball, and he's got to make a U-turn back to the bench.
It's also the same guy that walked Belt. Here's Pence. Pence with 4 RBIs tonight. And it's 2-0. On deck is Pablo Sandoval. Arenado's going to have to hurry, and he can't make a play. Pence with an infield hit.
And another 3-hit night.
So the ground attack puts runners at first and second with one out, and here's Sandoval.
It's right over the top of that sinker, and with Hunter Pence's speed, Arenado knew he had to really come up clean with it. And it was going to be a do-or-die pace. You can see how far back he was playing. That's just an impossible play.
Well, we watched Arenado. He could be really good on plays like this.
You're right. We've been impressed with him. We kind of have the mindset that if we can't make the play, it can't be made. So Walt Weiss going to come out and talk to Boggs.
Well, he doesn't have anybody ready to come into the game, so this is just a manager maybe chewing on his pitcher a little bit. He got tired of sending Jim Wright out there. He said, I'm going to do it myself.
Manny Corpus is up and throwing in that Rockies bullpen.
So Sandoval steps up. And he takes wide, 1 ball and no strikes. Lined, but it's right at Dickerson. And here's Arias. So good at bat for Sandoval. So here's Arias. And Arias is 0 for 3. On the ground to third. This should get Boggs out of the inning, and it does. And we'll head to the 7th. 7-6 Rockies. De La Rosa and Vogelsong both left early, although Vogelsong had a chance for a win. The bullpen gave that up. Kadyr's got a big 3-run home run, and Hunter Pence, the first Giant with a 2020 season since Barry Bonds in 1998. So Cantos will face Rosario. The Rockies have sent 8 men to the plate the last 2 innings. And the last 2 innings have been a bit painful. Swing and a miss. No balls in 1 strike.
Well, ball 4 is hurt. It slows the pace down. And to the Rockies' credit, they kept coming up with big hits. They've had 9 base runners the last 2 innings. 7 hits, 2 walks. And that is not the recipe of success.
Swing and a miss, another than 2.
Hard slider, 88.
You see Corpus getting loose. Got him.
3 perfect sliders.
Hang up a K.
There you go.
Oh, the guy hanging up the K went home. He's gone. He got bored. He said, this game is too slow. I'm not hanging around for this. Put the K up yourself.
Here we go. We have a volunteer.
Here's Helton. Helton takes the belt tie strike, and it's 0-1.
There you go. You just had to break the ice. Get the first one.
Swinging a foul back, 0-2.
Got that in his hands. Nice.
So a quick 0-2 to Helton.
That's a nice 0-2 slider. Good place for it. For the most part, you're going to see hard stuff from Cantos. Hard slider, hard fastball. I think if he was going to have an off-season project, he'd work on a changeup that you could believe in.
So hang up another K.
They're coming in bunches now, big boy.
Let's see if they get to it quicker this time.
Yeah, the first time it was like, oh, do I have to? Now they're into it.
Moving along now, here's Arenado. Arenado is 1 for 2.
There has not been a 1-2-3 inning in this game.
Really? So that's what that looks like?
That's what it looks like.
All of that. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up smog experts.
So Manny Corpus, the new pitcher now for the Rockies. Take a look at what he has done in 23 games. 1 and 2 of the 4.11 ERA, 25 strikeouts in 35 innings. Saw Corpus in game 1 of the series yesterday.
Oh, and 1 to Blanco. Hector Sanchez is on deck. And Blanco lifts this one into center field. And he's got his second hit.
It's nice. You don't even start the game. You get into the ball game late. You wind up with a 2-hit night. It's going good.
So here's Sanchez.
Not often you see 2 lefties getting up at the same time in a bullpen.
It looks odd. It really does.
Javi Lopez might kick him.
So here's Hector Sanchez, who takes outside 1-0. Blanco leaning. He goes. And it's popped up.
Oh, he had a good jump.
Dickerson makes the catch. Indeed, he did have a good jump. And sometimes, as a hitter, you can see that. But if it's a good pitch to hit, guys like Hector Sanchez are not, and I repeat, they're not going to take it. I think maybe Rosario's telling Corpus the same thing you just said. Hey, you got a good jump.
You don't have to give William Rosario a whole lot of help. He has got one of the best arms in the division. So if you steal a base off the Rockies, you really do have to earn it.
So here's Pagan. Pagan is 2 for 3. And he takes down low. Birds are starting to head in. They're hungry right now.
Yeah, they don't like long games.
Low to Pagan, and fans now recognize the fact that they're being invaded.
Yeah, break out the umbrellas.
Umbrellas and watch your food.
Like he was taking all the way, Ken.
Yep. Good speed at first. And Pagan dives back in, being held on by Todd Helton. It's 7-6 Rockies. If you just joined us, it hurts me to say the Giants led 6-0. Two and two.
Meanwhile, down in Los Angeles, extra innings with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. Give you an idea of how slow-paced this game is. Dodgers in the 10th inning. Here we are at the bottom of the 7th.
And another extra inning game for the Diamondbacks.
Well, they were 2 innings away from setting an all-time record. So tonight they're in the 10th. So they're going to get at least within 1 inning of it. Bob Brennan said they added up all the innings that they played in extra innings, and it comes out to 8 extra games.
Well, they're going to go about 16 tonight because Josh Coleman is into the game. Blanco will go. He does. And Pagan fouls this one off the mask of Willeen Rosario.
Yep, just had his jaw popped.
So we'll do it again. Blanco goes. Swing and a miss. And, oh, they called him out. So that'll end the inning. We'll head to the 8th. We're moving along at 7-6. Rockies.
Giants. They did lose tonight to the Visalia Rawhide and now stand even with 2 games apiece in the Northern Division Series. Guys, there's a Game 5, a final Game 5 at Municipal Stadium tomorrow evening, 7:05. First pitch. Fans can get all the information, sjgiants.com. Go and support them after you see the Giants tomorrow afternoon. Right?
All right, yeah, that's a good thing. Doubleheader tomorrow. 7-6 Rockies.
Mike Kickham coming in now to pitch. That's what he has done in 8 games. 25 strikeouts in 24 2/3. A 4-pitch pitcher. Starting to use that changeup a little more. Low 90s fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. The changeup is good. He's starting to whittle that ERA down. It was up higher than 9.85.
And a strike to Charlie Blackmon. Blackmon doubled in a run in the 6th. He's been on base 3 times, once on a fielder's choice. And Kickham's next pitch is high. 13 runs in this game, 21 hits, no errors, 16 left stranded. Five pitchers for Bruce Bochy, 5 pitchers for Walt Weiss. Giants have issued 4 walks. The Rockies have issued 7. The 2-1 pitch. Scudero going to have to hurry. Not in time. Stay tuned immediately after Giants baseball for Eassurance Giants postgame live. Highlights, reaction, analysis. It's all coming up right after the game. So Herrera is going to pinch hit.
Jake Dunning heading down to the Giants bullpen.
It's a bunt and run, and nobody's at second. So it'll be a stolen base.
Well, it's an unusual feeling for a catcher to get up and start to make your throw, and you're throwing to nobody. And I think that affected the accuracy of it. Not that it would have made a difference.
Well, you start to throw and you instinctively start to choke it off a little bit. It's 1 ball and no strikes, and now timeout is called.
Ball got out on the field.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that the baseball guys want the pace of this game to pick up.
No.
One ball and 1 strike.
Pure strikeout situation here for Kickham. And Herrera's a pretty good bunter. He's trying to get this thing down the third baseline.
Foul, 1 and 2. Yep, he goes hanging in there.
A lot of good attitude in that group. Might be my favorite section of the night. It is a happy place. And they're not leaving early. Like he threw a little, or tried to throw a little back foot cutter there on the 1-2 pitch.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Herrera, not an easy guy to strike out. He's only struck out 22 times in 169 at bats. Strike him out, you have to earn it.
Belt. They got him. As 3 people came together at the same time. And Walt Weiss is coming out. Gotcha. So it's interference on Kickham. So safe at first is Herrera.
Now, if you cross the path of a runner, and you cause him to lose a route to the bag, that's interference.
Yeah, you have to have the ball. If you don't have the ball, you can't get in the way of him.
And that's what he did. So Herrera never got to the bag. Couldn't. And it looked like Kickham was trying to tackle him. This has become a strange game.
So here's Dickerson, who tries to bunt.
The act of a fielder who, while not in possession of the ball and not in the act of fielding, impedes the progress of a runner. That's defensive obstruction.
So it's 0-1 to Dickerson. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Dickerson.
Remember, Kickham has no ball here, and he just alters the route of Herrera. And right there, Greg Gibson making the call.
And Dottie is safe anyway. No, actually never touched the bag. 1-1 pitch. Here it is. Dickerson bounces this one foul. It's 1-2. On deck is LeMahieu.
Yep, Dad's still right on that ball. He's the family authenticator.
Kickham nearly threw it away, but they get the out at first. So on the play, Herrera moves down to second. Dickerson is out 1-3. And we're going to have a pitching change. Jake Dunning's coming in.
news, your weather forecast, and real-time traffic. Watch Today in the Bay weekdays starting at 4:30 a.m. on NBC Bay Area. New pitcher now for the Giants will be Jake Dunning. The right-hander has been in 24 games now, 0-2 with a 2.95 ERA. Still looking for his first big league win. Dunning has done a nice job, and look what he's done against lefties. Just a $161. Got a fastball, slider, change-up. See low 90s fastball velocity.
So LeMahieu will face Dunning. Infield stays in. And LeMahieu may have gone around. No, we're going to see he held up.
Greg Gibson, veteran umpire. Good one.
Easy.
I just got picked off.
Easy. The last time you saw a pickoff play from a pitcher going to third. One ball and no strikes.
Spring training.
To LeMahieu. Tulowitzki's on deck. In the 11th inning in LA. Here it's 2-0. So Dunning pours in a strike. It looked like LeMahieu was taking all the way. And the 2-1 pitch is hit deep into center field, and Pagan's going to put it away. Both runners come in, or both runners advance. Scoring is Blackman, and it's now 8-6. And that run charged to Mike Kickham. And here's Tulowitzki with Herrera at third. Well, they're going to say De La Rosa left the game due to an injury. Some problems with his left thumb. Tulowitzki takes a strike.
Well, they always say when you leave a ball game as a pitcher and your team is losing, if they come back and score runs, take the lead, then you spit the hook. And when you're down 6-0, as I guess it was 4-0 when he left the ball game, and then it went to 6-0, and his team comes back and gets him off the hook. I mean, that's a big league hook spit right there.
Absolutely.
You know you're going to have a good season, and he has had a good season.
Cap to Belt. Belt to Dunning. And the inning is over with the Rockies picking up a run. It's 8-6 Colorado.
On the Rockies in the final game of the series. 12:30 game, Giants pregame live at noon. You'll see right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. It'll be Yusmeiro Petit. That's right. You remember him? One strike away from a perfect game his last start. He'll take the ball and face right-hander Juan Nicasio. So check out that game tomorrow. Again, Giants pregame live at noon right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Wilton Lopez, the new pitcher now for these Colorado Rockies. Lopez, a sinker baller. Got a little slider and a changeup to go with it.
And a strike to Scudero.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Meade.
Belt to follow. And Scudero fouls it back. He had a pretty good rip. It's 0-2. Oh-2 pitch. Here it is to Scudero. And it's outside. Brandon Belt, Posey, Pence, Sandoval.
Hey, the Gamer Babes from San Bruno are here. You don't think they're going to leave early, do you? Not a chance.
And Scudero singles up the middle. Starting to see some pretty good at-bats from Marco Scudero.
Well, you're right. 3-hit night for Scudero. And that was not a hanger that he just turned around back up the middle. Sinker down and in, and that's how you beat sink. Down and in. You stay inside it, you go right back up the middle. So 2 hits to the right side of the field, and now 1 right back up the middle. He does that, he's died.
Belt fouls this one out of play. Belt down the left field line. Is this trouble? You bet it is. Scudero being held up. Belt into second base.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about the last 3 innings of the game, but boy, I'll tell you what, Brandon Belt turns it up a notch.
He likes it.
How do you hit a sinker ball if you're left-handed? Do you know that ball is going to run away from you hard? You go the other way. He stays inside it, and he drives this ball down the left field line. So just like that, the Giants get the tying runs in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. Tim Flannery, not Jimmy jacking around, puts up the stop sign.
So here's Buster Posey. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. On the ground to third, and Arenado's going to throw out Buster Posey. And that'll bring up Hunter Pence.
Frustrating at bat for Posey. Nobody out, runner at third. You're thinking that's in your RBI column, and when you come up short, that is a long run back to the dugout.
Here's a man that's got 3 hits tonight, 4 RBIs. And he takes a strike on the inside corner. ball gets away, but not far enough for Marco Scutaro to think about it.
Ten cycles for the Giants since the team moved to San Francisco in 1958. The last cycle was Pablo Sandoval last year against these Rockies. Last cycle at home, Robbie Thompson did it in 1991 against the Padres. So Hunter Pence a triple away from a cycle and putting his name on that list.
Way outside. Scott Van Slyke has just hit a walk-off for the Dodgers. Here's the 2-1 to Pence. Pence with a swing and a foul. 2-2. Hit it off to Josh Fomenko.
Lopez, Pence, former teammates with the Astros. Nice block right there from Rosario. You saw this guy last year, and he was the worst catcher in baseball. And I can honestly say that because this guy has put in an incredible amount of time to become a better receiver. Jerry Weinstein, the catching coach with the Rockies, has done a tremendous job with this kid.
Pence a little flare to right. And they're going to wave it belt. And this is a strong throw. And no, they missed him. And this game is tied. Have a night, Hunter Pence. 6 RBIs tonight for the Giants right fielder.
4 hits, 6 RBIs. Salary drive. It's a sinker up, and right now we're talking about how uncanny it has been. When pitchers make mistakes up to Pence, he is not missing them.
See, Alan Porter, I give him credit, he got a really good angle on this. And he could see that Rosario missed Belt, and now here's Sandoval.
And that ties his career high in RBIs. This time he did it, he and Wilton Lopez are on the same team.
Sandoval out of play.
Oh yeah, they stayed. They got a ball. Psyched. So worth it. Pablo Sandoval was swinging for the Cubby Cove right there.
You know what? You don't mind a swing like that.
I like it.
Remember, Pence has got 21 steals. And Sandoval could be a double play ball. And they just get him to end the inning. Giants tie it up. We'll head to the ninth. See, the hits are even, the runs are even, the errors are even. And here's Sergio Romo.
Romo coming in now, as he has done the last 3 games. And, you're at home and it's a tie ball game. You get to the 9th inning, you're going to see the closer. Not a safe situation. 4-6 on the year with a 2.44 ERA. Just an outstanding season.
Facing Kadire. Kadire today is 2 for 4. For slider for Romo away from the target. It's inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Off the plate, 2-0. Rosario on deck, and then Helton. 3-0.
As impeccable as his command has been this year, you just don't see many 3-ball counts, let alone walks.
Romo, who goes it right down the middle of the plate, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Kadire gets a slider, and he dribbles it foul, and it's 3-2. Payoff pitch. Here it is to Kadire, and Kadire wraps it into the gap in left center field, and it is gone. He's hit his 2nd of the night, and it's now 9-8 Colorado. And for Kadire, that's his 20th of the season.
It's the 5th home run of the year for Romo, and this place is stunned because of that swing of the bat.
Rosario rolls this one to Arias. 1 out.
Let's take a look at the pitch and where it was. A fastball that came right back to the middle of the plate, and Kadire goes down and hits number 20 on the year. Wow, nice at bat. He has had an impressive night.
Here's Helton. Helton 1 for 3 with a walk.
Some major concern on the faces of these diehards. Yep, major concern.
Helton pops it up. He had the green light. I think he's earned it. Stay tuned for the post-game wrap. That's coming up. And Mike will also talk about the game with Murph and Mac tomorrow morning on KNBR 680. Three and one to Helton. 3-2 to Helton.
All right, let's take a look at the foul ball. Yeah, almost got it.
Took a bad hop.
What are you thinking about that for?
It was a bad hop.
4 more years. The only thing that takes away that memory is catching a pop-up. I hope he gets one.
3-2. Back. Helton taking some healthy rips. Oh my
nice
God.
play.
I think the ball caught this lady. I do.
She's got to have a little celebration dance.
I think it caught her.
High fives. Oh, yeah. All right, this is the play of the year. Are you ready for it? Yeah. That is my favorite of all times. Oh, you want to talk about definition of a gamer, babe?
Yeah, she held on, too. She did the little dance.
That was great. Took it all in stride. Talk about lighting the place up.
She might get another one. So here's Arenado. Here's the dance.
Dance makes it.
I'm not sure she can get that ball out of the glove. Oh, there it is.
It's not the first play she's ever made. There's a player right there.
Arenado pops it out of play.
Oh, bless her heart. That's fantastic. Yep. The gal in the middle has just got the greatest horse laugh of all time. That's not going to stop for a while.
Foul back, 0-2.
Well, it was Irish night. They dressed up. They wore their green. They were feeling lucky, and she made the play of the year.
Oh, 0-2 to Arenado with Helton at first. For the Giants in the bottom of the ninth, they will have Arias, Blanco, and then a pinch hitter. Romo's ready. And Arenado is out swinging. 2 outs here in the ninth. Dodgers make their final visit to AT&T Park on September 24th. It's 3 midweek games, all starting at 7:15. You can visit sfgiants.com/dynamic deal to take advantage of $16 Dodger game tickets. Here's Blackman.
Still tingling over there.
Blackman has hurt the Giants tonight. He's scored 3 runs. He's knocked in 1. He's shown his speed in this game. Here he takes a strike.
Oh, yeah. let the phone messages begin. That is the first cell phone ever made.
This is bounced foul. It appears, however, to be working very well.
Oh, she's amazing.
See where the ball ended up, right?
Yep, right between the knees.
That's in case another one comes along. You got to open that glove.
She's going to be ready for it. That one I do not bet against.
Down the right field line, foul. Oh, 0-2 to Charlie Blackmon. And that'll end the inning. The Giants have some work to do. Here's the catch of the year. It's 9-8 Colorado.
Oh, that's the best. After Giants Sports Game Live right here on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area.
So the closer for the Rockies comes into the game, and that's Rex Brothers.
Well, he inherited the closer role when Rafael Betancourt went down to injury. And Rex Brothers has done an outstanding job. 15 saves and 17 opportunities. 2-1 with a 1.81 ERA. And he throws hard. You're going to see a mid-90s fastball. He's got a natural cut on it. And a big hard slider and a changeup. Basically, you're going to see a lot of changeups. Throw more changeups to righties and lefties.
Arias takes a fastball for a strike. Arias tonight is 0 for 4. And he makes the pitch, or takes the next pitch down low. On deck is Brett Pill. Arias on the ground towards the hole. Tulowitzki, an off-balance throw, not in time. Arias beats it out. So the Giants have the tying run aboard.
Well, Tulowitzki's got one of the best arms for a shortstop in the game. And even he could not put enough mustard on it from this angle. Upon further review, they got him.
Yes, they did.
And once again, don't bet on the arm, or don't bet against the arm of Troy Tulowitzki. Nice swipe dig out of the dirt from Todd Helton.
That's too close to get on anybody.
Yeah, but still, great play.
So here's Pill. Pill hits one slowly to third. Arenado will throw on the run, and they get Pill. And stopping at second is Arias. And the hitter is going to be Tony Abreu. So Abreu pinch hits. According to our notes, he's never faced brothers before. And he fouls this one out of play. He gets a 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Rockies not showing Abreu a lot of respect depth-wise in the outfield. They're playing a shallow set across the board on him. And he does have some pop in that bat. Certainly enough to find a gap.
Hits the outside corner. It's 0-2. And Abreu gets caught looking.
Rough at bat. Two corner calls on him for second and third strike. One was outside. This one goes on the plate inside. And two good pitchers pitches, and Abreu has a rough at bat. Sunday against the Diamondbacks, Angel Pagan came up with a hit that sent everybody home. And if you think back to May, he did the most incredible hit of the season against this Rockies team when he had a walk-off inside the park home run.
We'll try to tie it up here in the bottom of the ninth. And he takes low. He's 1 for 4 lifetime against brothers. His only hit was the first time he ever faced him, and he hit a home run.
Pagan does not have a home run right-handed this year. He's got 3 on the year.
And a good rip to even the count.
Well, I think he was swinging to send everybody home happy on that 1-0 pitch.
One ball and 1 strike. Tudoro watching from the on-deck circle. And it's blocked by Rosario. 2 balls and a strike.
Nice block.
That's the tying run, Joaquin Arias. Scudero is on deck, and he's had a terrific night. Pagan's been on base 3 times. He scored twice.
My birthday, hit a home run for me. All right, we're trying.
So Scudero's going to hit. It may be that brother saw that one swing and said, oh. So he's going to go after his former teammate.
And once again, Jim Wright coming out, who leads the league in mound visits. It is rally cap time.
Porter said, I'm too tired. I'm not walking out there.
Oh yeah, she's feeling it. He's feeling it.
Scudero with a double and 2 singles as he waits on Brothers. Down the chute.
Straight fate coming right at him for strike 1 at 92. Not a rover throw, just the speed he can get in the strike zone. Rockies no Scudero. He likes to take that first pitch a lot. They took advantage of it.
Long night for everybody, but mostly for those 2 catchers behind the dish, Buster Posey and Willie Rosario. Scudero can tie this game up with a base hit. Pretty good speed at second in Arias.
Pretty good arms in center and right. Accurate arms in center and right with Blackman and Padilla.
Scudero to LeMahieu, and that's the ball game. So the Giants at one point had a 6-0 lead, and they couldn't hang on to it.
Well, that makes it a frustrating night, but we saw some amazing offense tonight from Hunter Pence. A 6 RBI night that tied his all-time high RBIs in a single game. But you come up short and everybody goes home thinking they could have done a little more.
Final score, Rockies 9, Giants 8. Esurance Giants postgame live with interviews of the Rapids coming up. But first, let's go to the Sportsnet Central studio for an update.